Okay, are we good? We're good, I think. What's going on, stream? How you doing? I hope everybody's well. Here, let me get this mic a little better. We were messing around with our audio settings. That was like a week ago. Gotcha. I hear what I was saying. Oh, I realized the game audio, it seemed really loud. I was listening to last night's stream because it was brought to my attention multiple times and I didn't think the sound was off that much, but it was clearly off. So hopefully it's not as loud this evening. Hope you guys are doing well. I don't know what the game plan is at the moment. Some people are here, but they're AFK briefly to get something to eat, apparently. So we're gonna wait for them. We're monkeying around at the moment. Didn't really have anything else to do. Didn't want to jump in on any sort of character that I would have got caught up in something. So we're just trying to get level 18 as we go through Orca Valley. Again, tomorrow afternoon, we're probably going to start a Subnautica playthrough, or a Subnautica file. We'll see how much we can get done tomorrow. We'll still be in Pantheon in the evening, I'm sure, if everybody's available. I think the plan is to revisit Subnautica. We might give it a go and see. I mean, I've been dwelling on it for the last 2-3 weeks. We'll see what happens. I might start playing it and then not have any interest, in which case we'll probably stop it, but if it hooks, we'll have to do a playthrough. It's a really cool game. It's a really cool game. Let's go get this brute. How far away are we? Oh, we're 4 or 5 kills away. Who? Come on, heal. Maybe he did on another tune. Runecaster, Yukon Eben? We could take him. Oh, that was an unfair thing to open up with. Rude. Gotcha. Hey, Big Mama. I just got buffed by Big Mama. Hey, Nomari, I'm ready for tonight if we're getting a group together. Okay, for sure. Don't hold me to it, though, because I don't know who's going to be on this evening. Who's your dad? Who's your daddy? Oh, Big Mama? Kind of sounded weird. Anyhow, never seen anyone play Subnautica. Dude, Subnautica is so much fun. It can be a very challenging game. But it's, if you look at reviews and ratings without looking at spoilers, it's like one of the highest rated games in like history. Like dude, everybody that plays it loves it. Or everybody that gives it enough time to play through it loves it. It's like like a survival type game, but there's a mystery to it. It's single player, and 90% of it takes place underwater, in the ocean. And it gets pretty friggin' scary. It gets pretty unnerving. It's such a fun game. I highly recommend, like, dude, I recommended Subnautica to, like, everybody. Oh, there's so many people out here. Fine, I'll take the Runecaster. You've got to tell me once. Yeah, no, Mari. The only reason why I say don't hold me to it, one of our good friends who normally isn't on through the week had told us that they were going to be here this evening, and then another individual showed up that hasn't been here in a minute. So whether I sit out or whether somebody else sits out, they might have a full group this evening, or at least for part of the evening. But again, just don't hold me to it. If you're available and we have a spot, we'll gladly have you aboard. But I can't promise it. I hope there aren't sharks. Oh, there are sharks. Oh, dude, there are sharks. Let me tell you. Oh, dude, this is worse than sharks. Dude, Subnautica is a game that if I was to go through a playthrough and you guys were to follow along, you need headphones. I'm not kidding. You need headphones. You need headphones. You need all other sounds blocked out. You can have lights on. You probably shouldn't, but you need headphones. Because that game's atmosphere will freak the crap out of you. Dude, it's such a fun game. It's so good. I mean, I say that now. I haven't played it in 10 years. I think it launched in 2015. I want to say it was around then. It was a couple years after I'd started streaming. And I think I played it after Darkest Dungeon, if I'm not mistaken. So that would have been 2014, 2015. And Subnautica would have been 2015. I think. It's been on Steam since 2018. When did it launch, though? Was it 2018 that it launched? It was 2018. Okay. So not so long ago, then. Well, long ago, but not 10 years. Oh, there's 18. Now, let's find out to be safe, because someone just reached out to me. Yeah, Snapper was Snapper on Snapper last night when you were with us? Yeah, I think he was. He was either on Snapper or Slindrel, one or the other. Snapper. Yeah, because there were Chi Storm jokes. There'll be Care, and then there should be, I think Bobza, or Vol, excuse me, should be on. I think. I'm waiting to hear from them. I don't typically throw the group together. I throw pugs together if I need people to run stuff, but I wait to see who's available and who we can use, and then I let them figure it out. Unfortunately, when you've got 8 or 9 people that are logging in regularly, and you can only have a group of 6, you know? I was reading information on those Nightfall crypts that they plan on populating the world with. They sound interesting. Not really sure. I don't know if that will... Well, I guess we'll have to wait till they actually come into the game and run a couple so we can see. And for those who don't know, Nightfall crypts are smaller scale dungeons that are coming into the game, I believe, next month. When they come in, they're supposed to be typically a large enough size that 1 or 2 groups could spend a couple hours crawling without having to worry about 12 groups camping stuff in the bigger dungeons. I don't rightly know how that's going to work out because my understanding is there are no instances, so things would be contested. I don't know if they're going to use game technology that's going to filter groups into their own version of the dungeon somewheres. I have no idea. I don't know if it's going to be a twisted version of an instance. But I don't think 6 or 7 groups are going to be able to go into the same Nightfall crypt at the same time. And apparently these crypts are going to spawn all over the world, and players are going to have to figure out how to get into them. Don't exactly know what that means. I forgot my stance. Of course I did. Oh, I missed my heal? That was rude. Fine. Missed twice? That's baloney. That hasn't missed twice all night. That's baloney. Whatever. That guy being fought? I think that guy's being fought. Nope. Con's blue. Turn off auto attack, wait for our heal. And I got something in my eye. Well, that's a nuisance. Now the eye's gonna get irritated. Hey, Em, what's going on? How you doing? I'm just waiting for some people to get on, so we're messing around on the monk until then. A couple people haven't been on through the week, and apparently I believe they're supposed to be available this evening, so I was informed. But that remains to be seen. Anyhow, how are you? What's going on? What's going on with my audio? There we go. Oh, excuse me. I hope they give us the option at some point to turn off tooltips. Even con... Oh, hello. You're not gonna get that one off on me. I don't know what's going on here this evening, man. All these orcs start running, and they're all running in place. Not all of them, but most of them. I don't know what's causing it. We're not rooting them. We're not snaring them. Hey, J-Tal, what's happening? Excuse me. No, there's no current option to turn off tooltips at the moment. It's something I've been looking for. I'm not sure if we're going to get it, but it's something I would appreciate. They had it right before because they had it set up in a way that was a bit of a nuisance, but then they changed it so that the tooltip would take longer to pop up. So if you held your mouse cursor over the ability for like 3 seconds, oh, I feigned death. Whoops. Hit the wrong button. And they had it perfect. They had it so that if you moused over your ability, it took like 4 seconds to see the information. But once again, people whined and complained about having to hold over the ability for too long to see what their skills did. So they went and took away the timer, and now unfortunately it takes 2 seconds, and all of a sudden you see your tool. Like, people on the internet, stop whining. Then people like me whine about people that whine. So many people whine about the stupidest things. I mean, if you can't remember what your skills do, I don't know what to tell you. Don't play the class. Hey, Cross. It is what it is. What it is not is what it is not. Yeah, right. Hey guys, what's going on? Right on. I like the monk. Monk seems pretty solid. I was trying to mess around with Feign Death earlier. I haven't quite figured out how the aggro works. I can drop aggro on multiple mobs, and then stand up, and then they reset. But then I try and tag one, and they all come after me. I don't know if there's a time lapse that happens. I don't know. I don't have any sort of timer or debuff on myself, but I haven't quite gotten down. Namaste is me. That's why it's spelled with an EH. Oh, I have not Krushnek's DL. I have no idea. We have no plan. I mean, the AVP puts you the closest to any of our options, so as long as you're bound in AVP, I would just leave it at that. nobody's going to be where we're supposed to be. Stop blowing your mind. I might log in and dabble with Shaman. Right on. He has another of the same class called Namasko. Namasko. There you go. Namaste, Namasko. I found it funny. Namaste. You gonna go? Namaste. Namaste. You know. No tanks on in the mid-20s? Oh, no. Hey, Baker, what's happening? How you doing? Hope all you guys are doing well on Friday. Or on this Friday. Hey, hits me. What server? Stormona. I'm just dabbling with the monk while I wait for some guildies to get on to see what they want to do. I don't have anything to do on the other tunes until they get on, so I figured we'd mess around with the monk for a minute. You guys in chat happen to read the information about the Nightfall Crypts that came out today? They sound interesting. I don't know what their deal is going to be. I don't know what kind of loot's going to drop in it. Or in them. I guess we'll have to wait till we get more information. If they're planned to come out in the February update, I'm sure Joff will be talking about it in the next 2 weeks. Any new features announced for the near future, typically he'll start mentioning them, you know, a couple weeks before they happen. They seem to be smaller scale dungeons. I'm guessing they're not instanced, but it seems like they'll sustain 1 or 2 groups for a few hours, or a play session as they call it, as opposed to zoning into Halnirs and having 9 groups spread throughout the whole place. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what they do, considering they've said that they don't plan on having instanced dungeons outside of raids, or raid targets, so we'll see what that's about. Feel like I should swap those. Where'd I hear that orc? Oh, I didn't even see that guy. You have a 19 monk on Stormona waiting for your friend and brother. He said that they were going to share the masteries soon, so I'm excited to see those. Oh, really? Interesting. If you open with T and use skill 8 on your hotbar, it adds a debuff to where you crit more often. Wait, if I open with T... Which one's T? Oh! If I hit T and use skill 8, right there. This is what? This is balance? Balance. Startles the enemy and increases their chance to be critically hit. Oh! Hey, thank you. I didn't know that. And before you say, wait a minute, you're playing a level 18 monk. How do you not know that? I haven't played this guy in months on months. This guy was just a test at the time. But it seemed relatively straightforward. So, I haven't played it enough to know the intricacies. Just so you know. Yes, I might know just about everything about the warrior. No. I know, but my viewers that have been here long enough know that I go on and on about all sorts of information. Oh, that's a bonus for the whole group? From all sources. Oh, so not from all of your sources, all sources in general. Wow. Yeah, the 7 plays off stance also. Gate of Balance is a retaliate, so it's like a counter. If I'm in Gate of Soul, it increases my chi regeneration, this blue bar down here. And then if I'm in Gate of Anger, it reduces all incoming damage. So Anger is typically the tank stance for the monk. But I haven't really dabbled with that. However, I am going to go ahead and try this T8. Oh, you want that one? Alright, you take that one. I'll let you have that one. You let me take this. No, you changed your tire. Oh, dude, you're ruining my Friday. What are you doing? Oh, there it is there. Backhand kata. Holy damage, Batman. Look how fast this guy went down. Okay. That's my new favorite thing tonight. Hands down. That's the fastest an orc has gone down this evening. That's crazy. I was using anger because I remember there was one of these. What increases the block? Is it this one? Yeah, Gate of Anger increases your block. I remember doing something with a block so that if you blocked or dodged, there was supposed to be a buff that popped up here with like an 8-second timer, and then you would normally use number 4, Wandering Fist, to do bonus damage during a block or dodge. But I haven't seen the icon all evening, so I don't know what's going on here. And I've watched the dodges come up, but for some reason, I'm not getting the bonus. I don't know what's happening. Like, watch. We'll try it with this guy. Get our silence off. So now... Oh, I should be in anger. Shoot. I ruined that. Alright, let's watch for a block. A block or a dodge. There's a dodge. But there's no icon. There's supposed to be an icon at the top of the screen when I dodge. Or at least I thought there was. Hello, people. What's going on? Do we have an update at all on Vol? That's what I thought. I gotta say, Snapper, the monk is pretty fun. Oh, AFK. They seem to. One of my viewers just told me about a combo that I should be using with one of the stances that I didn't know. And it's been pretty epic. It's go into your gate of balance and then use backhand, and it puts a 60-second debuff on your target where every ability from everyone has a chance to crit. Gotcha. I mean, dudes, orcs out here now are just melting. Nope. Just dabbling with the monk till I waited for all you to get on to see what we were doing. See if Vol was gonna make it. I'll switch over here in a second. I'm up for any of those three. I have a preference for the Enclave, although they did say they've moved around quite a bit. Apparently Wyken is not on the top of the mountain anymore or something. People were talking about it earlier today. They haven't seen him. They don't know if his spot was moved. Not sure. Black Rose Keep, there's always the option there to get more names with the whole respawn thing and see what else drops in there. Apparently Agonok, the raid spider at the bottom of Mad Run, has got a bunch of gear on it now. Yeah. I'd be up for the Enclave or Black Rose Keep. Hey, Nup, what's happening? How you doing, man? Yeah, just remember, you'll have to go to the compound first and talk to what's-his-name, and then click the book on the table. Okay. Another wonderful day. You're sounding better today. Did you beat the flu? I think we did. I've had a couple of coughs and I have a bit of a tickle, but I don't have any discomfort or pain, and everything else seems to be okay. So, we'll see how tonight goes. If I have any coughing fits, then I'm not as good as I think I am. But so far, knock on whatever this desk is made out of, everything seems to be okay tonight. Or today. So far. See, I said that and then I cough. You won't say anymore. I know. Well, you know, they did tell me last week that people have had a cough after they've kicked everything for up to 3 weeks. So I still have 2 weeks where I could have this cough. But I will say it seems like we're almost out of the woods. Because I had a couple conversations today and I didn't act up and I didn't have any coughing fits. So that was good. I coughed once or twice, which hasn't been the case. It's usually if I start talking, I end up coughing up a lung, which is painful and uncomfortable. But we haven't had that today, so. Also, I did realize that the game music, for whatever reason, for the longest time, has been quite loud. So I turned down the audio, so hopefully it's better now. We're just waiting on our 6th to show up. So there's a pretty epic quest line that goes through this content. The smoldering trenches back where I was, and the enclave where we are here. A couple of members in the guild, in the group right now, have never done the quest line before, at least not to completion. So they're being shown the intro right now, and then once they get the first couple of steps done, they'll come here to me and then we'll start in. I've done this forward and backwards, and I've spent months in enclave and smoldering, so it's not a big deal. I wouldn't mind getting the shoulders that go along with the breastplate. Location update is what I would say. You have to go into the trenches and click on a backpack and loot a book. And then once you loot the book, you got to right-click the book, and that'll give you the starting quest to go back to the camp. Don't get yourselves killed now. Pay attention to that invis. I'll let you know what I think when you're in combat. Perfect. Well, I'll tell you, if it's as... I haven't gone back and looked at previous videos, But if the music and the combat sounds have been as loud as they have been for the past 10 months, and nobody said anything until 2 days ago, I can understand why it might be a little weird, because I really don't want to have to turn the mic up, right? I don't want myself to be really, really loud talking to you guys. I'd rather have a comfortable sound like right here. But if I'm doing this and the combat sounds are at level or higher than how loud I am, it can be difficult to understand what I'm saying when I start talking. I get it. So hopefully this fixes it. And I don't want to turn my mic up too loud. I think it's crystal clear now. I mean, it's just, you're getting pretty much studio quality. Like if you were listening to a musician or a TV actor or what have you, this is the audio you would have. That's the setup that I have. However, with that said, I don't want to make it too loud because I drink coffee and it dehydrates your mouth. So if I were to turn the mic up louder than it is right now, not only would you guys hear me loud and clear, but you'd get all the mouth noise and sticky sounds that are made. At least this way you get it periodically and not all the time. But I'm not going to change my audio because I love the fact that it's studio quality. I usually keep you muted and watch you play while listening to the K-pop Demon Hunters. Staying golden or what? Okay, I'll stop. I won't. No, I did not see K-pop Demon Hunters. Yes, I've heard the song a dozen times. Great, now I got that song on my head. No. You just have to talk to the dude in the tent and then click the book on the table. It might be a respawn timer, because it's an item that goes in your inventory that you have to click on. I would probably do that just to be safe. Isn't this a rare? Hello, Windswept Courser. I think... Where's my friggin' skill? There it is. Alright, wish me luck. Oh. Go back. Yes. That was expensive. Alright, here we go. We got full endurance. Speed of 11. That's not bad, actually. I might have to hang on to that. Hang on. I'll have to hang on to that. Where's the town? Right there. Endurance is 7. Recovery is 8. Not great, but... Okay, it's stabled. That we can release. So what do we have? We have 10, 8, 11, 9, 8, 8, 6, 12. Alright. How about them apples? Yeah, how about them apples? Excuse me. Oh, this better not start tonight. We had a good last 2 days. Okay, there's the big chunk of moon. That's what I call it. It's cratered, so I call it a piece of the moon. You gotta remember, a lot of the races on this planet, we all crashed here. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's moon. Or meteor of some sort. Oh, hello, swarming locusts all over the place that I've never seen before there. BRK, Black Rose Keep. They're still working on the quest, by the way, chat. That's why we have time to do this. Talk to both of them again, and you should get a quest to collect 3 vials. It's called Echoes of the Basalt. You're good. Who else was doing it? Do you have that quest as well, Collins? Oh, gotcha. Nope, I'm heading back to Demuth for a minute. Nope, it's good. I'm in AVP now. I'm just outside, just getting out of Orc Valley, and I can call back to Sky Durban. I just know I have time with you guys doing that. There you go, see? Now I think he has... Was he doing it as well? I don't remember. Yes. Now you guys can go to the Enclave and sit tight for a minute. Or start pulling. Up to you. I don't know. What is his story? There's a Philly cheesesteak. Oh, whoops. I ran past the town. That's funny. It's a matter of time when he isn't sick anymore. I can get back to his hybrid gaming karaoke streams. I know, right? Wait, you get dismounted in the smolder? I didn't know that. Oh, you dismount. Okay. might be Wild Blood gear being green. I know that's from the mound. I've never seen that before. .289 block rating, 18 block value. 322 block rating, 19 block value. Really don't like the fact there's 0.1 or +1 block value between these two shields. That comes from level 20 content. This comes from level 40 content. Or 30, 40, I guess, content. I don't like that they're similar. The only difference is you get a few more resists. Here's the other issue I have. Let me get off this lift first. So my other issue is this. So, with the new gear that came in for the Smoldering Trenches, the Enclave, the Wild Mound Cradle, they added lore to all the items, right? You see at the bottom of the tooltip, there's a blurb. So on this shield drops at the bottom of Enclave. Krushnek already has it. But if you read this blurb, it says, much to the frustration of the priests, a desperate adventurer repurposed one of their offering plates amidst a battle. Due to the nature of draconic offerings, it is able to withstand rather intense heat. Now, if you look at the stats of that shield, it only gives +5 fire resistance, and it gives +5 to other resistances. So as far as I'm concerned, unless there's a ninja fire resist ability that doesn't show on your character, I have no idea why they would put that text in there. But they need to remove it, because I could understand if it was +5 to those 4 resistances, but then there was a passive, say +10 or 15, that doesn't show because it's part of the shield. And this is what I mean by this. If we go over here to the Brace of Claws, the Brace of Claws drops in Mad Run, which is a 20s dungeon. If you read its description, a wooden shield riddled with jagged claws that deals physical damage to attackers. It has a feedback, so there's a chance that when a mob hits you, it does damage back to the mob. It's pretty cool as far as DPS. You know, if you're a tank and you want to do a bit of DPS, this is a fantastic shield to use. But for this shield to say it is able to withstand rather intense heat, but it doesn't change your fire resist, I'm sorry, but that's a fail right there on the description. Like, they either need to add something that you can't see, or jack the fire resist up to 10 or 15, and nothing else, just the fire resist. But you don't put lore in, like, able to withstand rather intense heat. That makes a person think that the shield is specifically leaning towards protecting you against fire, which would make sense, because in the Enclave, it's all fire. You'll see, if you're not familiar with the Enclave, you'll see it tonight. It's all fire. So the fact that you only get 5 fire resist and 5 of all the other resists, that text just doesn't mean anything. Like, it... I wish when they put the text and lore to the item, they modify the item to mirror the text. Or whatever the stats, like, it should say, due to the nature of draconic offerings, it's able to withstand, I don't know, elemental resist, or it's able to withstand elemental something rather, because you get magic, fire, cold, and shock, just something. But to say rather intense heat, it makes the person think that the shield is geared towards heat resistance. It is not. You only get +5, so it just bothers me. That's all. I'm on my way. I just got down the bottom of the lift now. I mean, you guys could try to pull the golem with the enchanter pet and see how it does. Wait, really? Yeah. I'm picking up my ball and going home. I would never, almost never. Wait, what neck was I wearing? Why's my agility 41, not 43? Don't know. Oh, that has... should we put on the writhing stud? We lose 3 agility. Yeah, we might do that. Put the writhing stud on. Oops. Yeah, we'll put the writhing stud on. Like, how is my dodge higher than my block? That makes no sense. We're not supposed to dodge stuff. We're supposed to get hit. What am I supposed to do? Take stuff off to lessen my dodge? They put our abilities on agility. They put dodge on agility. We're not supposed to be dodging anything. Like... Oh, we're gonna have to sacrifice agility because I think I'm gonna need fire resist. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of what they've done with shields. We'll see what happens. Although, with no buffs, we are almost 500 armor class. It's pretty good. I think the shoulders will put us to... it'll be close. It'll be close. If we're able to get the shoulders to drop. I gave you the belt out, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Hey, man. Hey, man, what's going on? Oh, it's been a minute. Yeah, I think I'm mostly out of the woods, but I was told that it could be another 2 weeks before I shake this. Yeah. I love how the breastplate lights up in darkness. It doesn't light up during the day, but at night it lights up. That's H3N2, people. Don't get it, please. The A, yeah, that's it. H2, yeah, H3N2A. Remember, he's gonna crouch. Get ready to stop attacking. All pets off. No. He needs to get caught up to the rest of us. Frig is feigned death. Dude, yeah, he died. Okay. He hasn't died all week. The bugger hasn't died all week. He has gone down and said, I'm down, and then we're all like, he's dead, and then he stands up 5 minutes later, and we're like, what happened? He's like, oh, feigned death, and I'm like, screw you. Yes. Yes. He owes us like 8 deaths. He owes us 8 deaths. That's what he owes us. Snapper's 51 because he hasn't lost XP, because he hasn't died. Didn't we just go over this? Yes. No, man, we've had 3 or 4 nights of really good trenches grind. We didn't have a proper setup to crawl anything reliably, so trenches it was. Look at that glow. That's cool. I like that. I still like these pauldrons. Nope, but you got the gist of it. No. There's a pet note about pets can't affect mobs that are rooted. It's so lazy people don't have to pay attention to their pets. But the problem is the summoner's earth pet has a root, so when the earth pet uses its root, all the pets stop attacking. Yeah, because the mob's rooted. That's a whoopsie. We call that a faux pas. That's right. Now remember, lesser glyphs, we're going to want to make sure people get a fair chance at them. Well, there's the engraver room and the golem room for the quest line, and people always get too close to the lava, and you kind of want to try and hope they don't stand there a second too long and die. I died twice in that chamber to that lava. That's not good. That's what I thought she said too. I thought she said throw your pet out, and I'm like, where? Where am I holding the pet? Pikachu, I choose you. I know, Chad, it's weird. You're only hearing me. I know, I get it. I get it. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah. I was sitting here watching him, and he found the part where the asset doesn't line up with the graphic, and he started to clip to the rock, and he stopped for a second, and you could see his facial expression change to kind of a pensive, quizzitive, like, what's going on here? And he's like, it seems like I can walk through rot. And just as he said the word rot, he fell, and I burst out laughing. I was like, haha, sucker. And then I typed in his chat that I reported that bug like a month ago, and it hadn't been fixed yet. But yeah, so he ended up falling to his death. Now, probably not. Collins, real quick, did you run out of mana because you felt you were healing the group, or was it me taking damage? Okay. We're gonna help out just to be good. 42 fires, perfect. I don't like to hit to agility, but whatever. It happens around 80%, and you just see the hunker down bar under his nameplate. He gets a series of charges, and based on the number of charges when he stands up, he does a feedback ability, and if it's high enough, it'll wreck everybody. I have a smoke knight. Yeah, I got him. I don't know what happened here, but I think this just went sideways. Okay, what is it? Is it a smoke knight? Collins is getting low on mana. Yeah, monks have a combo that puts a debuff on the mob for 60 seconds, and any damage that's dealt to the mob has a chance to crit. For everyone. You say there is a vial? Alright, so if you need a vial, random 100. Oh yeah, by the way, for those who have never run the Enclave with Carrie and Bobsa, buckle in. Do I have my what ready? Tear towels? I got them ready. Okay, we're gonna try something here. Our block is 1789. We put that on. The block goes to 1606. 1789. 1606. Now we lose 2 strength, 2 stamina, 2 con. But we gain damage from the price of claws. Okay, let's see what happens. Yes. Well, yours has a long cooldown, right? So whenever... Okay, better off for me to do it. Like, there it is right there, but it just takes 4 attacks, and they all have to land. PTSD. Oh. been at least 2 weeks. I have a 30 paladin and a 27 necro. Excuse me. I can play the necro. Oh my goodness. Just those two names make me think they're spicy. Oh wait, what names? What did I miss? Oh, sorry, chat. We were doing good, man, last night and today. I don't know what's going on. $527 while running. Okay. Okay, pick it up, pick it up. We can random it. You might be bugged. You should have Snapper tag them. I was just gonna say you should have Snapper tag him, run around the corner, and feign death. That's why I said Snapper. I've won one tonight already, so I'll abstain. Second. Yeah, right. Yep. Back to the compound. That goes back to the NPCs. This hallway's going to be repopped at the other end here, so we don't want to get piled on like we did last time. Oh, Buddha's AFK. Oh no, he's here. Okay. Take that scribe next. Yeah, hang on. Stream, I gotta mute for a minute. Sorry, chat. I'm back. Do you want us to go down to the end? You want us to go down to the end? Okay, everybody down to the end. That's okay. Excuse me. I think we're all gonna be down. If you're out of aggro, don't do anything. Just keep running. I just got rooted. I'm out of combat. Okay, you guys can drop down here where I am. And Bull's body's right here next to me. When you're ready. Place is pretty cool, chat. During this massive questline I was talking about, it takes you all through this place. You have no choice but to fully explore the dungeon multiple times. Golem. Are we fighting this, or am I dying to this? Because I'm almost dead. I was just thinking the only one dead is Care. Get ready, hunker down, stop attacking. I don't understand. Too long of a delay to click. So when a person gets hit down to 0 hit points, they go into a prone position, which is kind of like the purple club in EQ. You're given time for somebody to go over and provide first aid. So you go over and you right-click the body on the ground, and you have a certain amount of time to get them up off the ground at like 2 or 3 hit points to where you can heal them again. I don't know what was going on there, but nobody apparently could click the corpse, and that's the healer died. Golem died anyways, so that happened. Two things we all don't do as well as we all should. One is interrupt, and 2 is pick people up. There's no joy without sadness. That is true, man. That is true. There's no love without war. There's no good without evil. There's no green without income. Did I? Excuse me. Oh, I don't want to do this, but we're going to have to do this. Lost most of my agility. Bunch of my agility. That's fine. Yes, because we got... Oh, wait, we got Kara with us? Oh, the whole group's here? Okay, good. I do have Shaman buffs and Enchanter buffs. I'll wait till it walks back so we don't get 3 or 4. We need the golem to walk backwards. Pull the golem, you get the other 3. He'll stop at the entrance. I just don't want 4 or 5 mobs, and I don't want to make it difficult than it has to be. We have a lot of quest updates to get with these vials. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna pull. We should get 2. Right. Yeah. Ready to hunker down, stop attacking, call your pets off. Okay, everybody come in. Everybody come to me. Stand to my right. Get away from that table. Pull that mob in here if you can, Karen. Realize it, please. Oh, I tell people, man. This is normally simpler. Got. You're not for me, Coco? How are you guys in chat doing? What's going on? These guys want to. These guys want to spend the rest of their time here getting XP. So I guess we're gonna go back to the trenches and try and get them back the XP they lost to dying. Yeah. Yeah, I took the helmet and traded it over to Krushnek first since I don't play Krushnek anymore. Well, for the most part, except for raiding. And when they redid the graphic, I thought they would have done it so that it would have matched the breastplate and shoulders, but they did not. Where are you down here? You're not down here. When we're over at the trenches, you can take a look at it, but it's worn and it's kind of steel looking as opposed to the aluminum that it was. But my concern is it looks like they just put the helmet in MS Paint and drew a bunch of red stuff all over. And there's like this weird blood diamond type pattern on the front of the helmet that makes no sense. I don't know. Not a fan. More of a fan than the original graphic, but I don't understand. It's almost like they said, hey, you know that breastplate and shoulder item that drops in here? And the graphic was like, no. I'm like, oh, okay, go ahead. Hey, Em, what's happening? How you doing? How's your Friday? Didn't you say hi earlier to me? I answered you. You never answered. I think you went AFK. Oh, gotcha. I was like, I'm pretty sure I saw your name earlier. And Krushnek has become a bit of a fashion. Yes, Barbie is what we call it. But in this sense, it makes sense. Like, those legs, those shoulders, and this breastplate are all part of a set out of Black Rose Keep. The whole appearance is the same. Yet they couldn't have done it with this for one helmet. I don't have the Enclave shoulders to show you. Like I said, not a fan. I don't understand the logic behind it. The breastplate specifically references a mysterious knight or soldier. The shoulders reference a unique individual that wore it. They both have dragon claw marks, gash marks, whatever you want to call this stuff, which would indicate somebody who fought a dragon, say a dragon knight. And then we have Helm of the Dragon Knight, and the icon looks like that. The icon being the actual, like above, like up there. See that? It's a gold helmet, has the nose guard. It's got like this marquee stuff on the front. I'm assuming they're like dragon wings. And then this is what we got. Ah, I got no head. That's what we got. That is not the same thing. It doesn't match. What shard do we need to go to? I'll go to it. Oh, I got the login boss. Na 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 na. I'd be up for that. I know, I'm fighting the login boss too. This song rocks. I've heard it 1,000 times. You know, truth be told, out of all the music I've ever listened to in my entire life, including EQ, I've probably heard this one song the most out of any individual piece of music. It just dawned on me. I'm gonna go to the store tomorrow. I gotta run some errands. Oh, well, that happened. So, just food for thought. Shard 2. Everything's up. What's happening? Oh, I gotta get off my horse. I jumped to the wrong shard. They're on shard 1. Oh, again with the login boss. We're having bad luck tonight. Actually, while we're waiting for the time down, I just put timer and cooldown in the same word. I need to check something real quick. Fighting the login boss. I'm there though. I'm on Pride Rock in the trenches. I'm just fighting the login boss. Which led to a quadruple and then a quintuple. Excuse me. Yeah, I've posted that, kind of put that in a report and mentioned it on stream multiple times. There should be an option to camp back to the character select and not clean out of the game. Probably. Nope. Nope. I camp out entirely. No, I use the direct client. Yeah, I go all the way out too. Yeah, but if it goes all the way out to the login, that's all the way out. The whole reason the login functions the way it does is to stop people shard hopping. That's why. That's why there's no go back to character select. It forces you to have to log back in again, and if you get the login boss, which people keep saying is a bug, it's not a bug, it's by design. They said it like 10 months ago. It's all about keeping people from shard jumping and group ganking content. That's the bottom line. Joppa has answered 1,000 times about the whole login thing, and people still say, oh, I got the bug, man. When's the login bug gonna be It's not a bug, it's designed. Period. Yeah, groups would organize and automatically quit out and then jump shards immediately, and everybody would go in instantly. So you could just infinitely jump the same mobs, the same content over and over with the same 6 people almost immediately. The whole point of the login boss is to stagger people so they can't organize in a timely fashion. That's why. That was put in like 8 months ago, but people think it's a bug. It was actually smart on VRs. Yeah, it was actually smart on VR to do it because there were a lot of people in Seasons and the beginning of Early Access that were not happy. I had to listen to a lot of it. That's what he said. But hang on. Okay, sorry, Chad, I'm back. Is there AA or anything? There's mastery. Mastery points will be coming in the, I believe, in the spring. And if you tune into Joppa's streams, I believe he's been talking about mastery points currently or recently. So yes, there will be a form of AA, or what they call mastery points. That's going to allow every class or every player to build their class out based on how they play. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. No. Yeah, I have a monk called Namaste, and it ends with EH. Oh, right, yes. Sorry, I'll turn sideways. What level are the characters or the area? The area is level 35 plus. Characters are a mix between level 41 and 48. The only reason why we're here, we have a couple of people in group who haven't been around for the week due to real life stuff. They finally made it back on, but they're like 6 levels behind the rest of us. This is the best place to come to right now with bonus XP to grind out experience. So we were in the Enclave earlier, which is the end game content, 45 plus, 40 plus. But they died a couple of times, which means they're at a deficit for experience, so they wanted to come out here and get XP. So we're out here farming XP, but we're also going to go, I think, the plan is to try and go to the Under Trench, which is underneath this place, I think. Oops. No, I've only ever made it to level 20. Ah, gotcha. Well, hey, look, keep playing the game, man. We got bonus XP for the next 3 months, probably 4 months before we have the great reset of 2026. That's plenty of time for you to level. Plenty of time. I mean, I'm gonna wind up with 2 level 50 warriors at this point. You'll be fine. Nope, 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 no you don't. Nope, nope. Haven't found any groups yet? You're level 20. What class are you? And are you on the Stormona server? Those of you who might be struggling with finding a group in the game, I'll give you a tip. It could be a bit of a nuisance, but if you have to write it down on a post-it note and stick it to your monitor, you could do that as well. When you jump in game, no matter what your plan is, if you plan on crafting, if you plan on questing, if you plan on exploring, what have you, the moment you log in, flash LFG. Get that tag up. Don't worry about your OCs just yet, but put LFG up. Make it the first thing you do when you sign in. And I say this because people have come to me all the time and say, yeah, but when I first log in, I'm not looking for a group, but when I look for a group, I can't find it. Now, I'm not saying that's your situation. I'm just trying to help you guys out because I've been playing this game for a long time. If you don't put LFG up at the very beginning and jump at the first opportunity to get into a group, that's on you. Because this game has been out for 13 months right now in early access, which means the faithful, myself and others, that are playing the game currently, if we ask you to join a group and you say, oh, I'm busy at the moment, there's a good chance you will not find a group that day, that evening, that week, that what have you. It's not that people are going to remember you. It's just that when people want to run stuff in this game, because of how strategic you have to be there. So if you log in and say, oh, I'm going to do 2 hours of crafting, get my crafting up, and you put your LFG tag on and someone sends you a group invite, the first thing you think to yourself is, oh, you know what, I can do crafting tomorrow, and then take the invite. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but the first thing you need to do at this point is put LFG tag on. All of you, regardless of what you're playing, I don't care. Don't sit there and start complaining to yourself that you can't. Now, again, I'm not saying that's you. This is general information for everybody who can hear or who will hear this VOD. Turn your LFG tag on every time. Now, LFG will drop off every time you zone. That's the comment I made about the post-it note. So what you should do is put a post-it note in front of your monitor that says every time you zone or log in, put LFG on. Because if you're in LFG in AVP and you zone back into Thronefest to harvest something, turn in a quest, go someplace else or what have you, your LFG tag may very well fall off. Then you have to put it back on again. So pay attention. But the majority of people that are playing right now are what I would consider the faithful or the fanatics. Those who never left because of all the woes and whining and complaining that people have done about the state of the game, myself included. Because of that, they're knowledgeable enough that they know what they want to get done when they want to get it done. And if they send you a tell with your LFG tag up and say, hey, we're going to do BRK, interested? If you don't jump in, they're going to forget about you, and then you may never get a tell again from them. However, if they send you a ninja invite or a blind tell to get you into a group and you say yes, you might end up in a group the next day, the day after, 2 days later. Someone might add you to a friend list. Feel free to add people to a friends list if you get in a group and you have a good time. This game relies on social. If nobody tells you anything else, or if there's one thing you have to remember for this game, is you have to be social. If you are not a social person, you will hit quite a few speed bumps in this game. You have to be social. You have to put yourself out there. It's like the dating scene. You have to put yourself out there. So LFG tag every time you zone. LFG tag every time you log in. Rearrange your plans for a group. If this was the beginning of early access, it'd be a different story. But it's not. You've got a lot of level 40 plus players on this server right now. Now, with that said, and the bonus XP, a lot of people are rolling lower level tunes to take advantage of the bonus XP and see how the classes are as they level up through all the XP that they would get. So, again, LFG tag on the moment you log in. I don't care what other opinion you might have, you need to listen to me. I know this server, and I know this game, and I know this population. So LFG when you log in, LFG when you zone, and periodically always check to make sure you have the LFG tag on. I want you guys to have the best time possible in the game. If you guys aren't having the best time in the game, you're not going to play the game. And if you're not going to play the game, it's going to lead to people complaining about the game. And those complaints are going to be unjustified because people weren't social. I can't tell you that enough. So please be social whether you like it or not. And don't forget to advertise in OOC as well. Put your LFG tag on and then every 5 minutes, level 20 cleric looking for group. Level 20 cleric looking for XP. Level 20 ward looking for XP. Level 20 ward looking for group. If you feel so inclined to put together your own groups like I've done, you could send tells yourself and say, hey, I'm looking to put a group together to do Elite Orcs and AVP. Interested? And then see what they say. And pay attention to the OOC chat, just in case people are talking. Other people might... There are a lot of people who will say, level 20 wizard LFG. And then they'll see 9 other people around their level, different classes, advertise LFG. And none of those 10 people will send tells to each other to say, hey, let's put a group together. Be the difference. That's what I did. Before early access, we had what was called seasons. I must have met almost 200 people, 300 people through seasons. We came into early access, I ended up making hundreds of friends here, or contacts here. I never went without a group. Charred skeletons, these guys are from the Undertrench, right? I'm done talking to you yo-yos. Every time I talk to you guys, I go into a coughing fit. What the frick? I can talk to my stream for 30 seconds, and I'm semi-okay. But I answer you guys for the shortest possible whatever, and I start coughing up a storm. Sorry, chat. I've been dealing with the super flu for about a month now. Oh, hey, Irish. What's happening? How you doing? What server are you on? Stormona. Can we switch servers? Oh, you can jump on any server, but you can't transfer your characters. You've obviously tanked a bit. Ah, so if you're not familiar with me, give me a second. I've been streaming the game for a few years. I've streamed every day. I have the most content with Pantheon online. If you go to YouTube and search for @Krushnek and click on the live tab, you'll see pretty much the entire game over the last 13 months. I have a bunch of tunes. This is warrior number 8 currently. Sorry, warrior number 7. Little Krushnek is warrior number 8. I've done all the content. I've killed everything I've come up against. I've been doing this a while. I actually have 8 warriors. Or I've had 8 warriors since I came to Pantheon. Because I'm going to be a warrior main on launch. So as the warrior came into the game with next to nothing, I've stuck with the warrior the whole time. So I know the warrior upside down, right side up, left, right, center, blah, blah, blah. I'm, not to sound braggadocious, but I'm probably the best knowledgeable warrior in the game right now. So. Keep me healed. I'm gonna take a lot of fire damage. Oh, we've got 2 skeletons. That's a problem. They all have fire AoEs. Have I been in Joppa streams? I've been in a handful that I've been able to get into. Normally when he starts streaming, I'm at work. So sometimes, at least recently sometimes, I'll jump in on audio and I'll listen to the first hour or so. Then I drive home. I usually get something to eat and then I go live. So I don't typically catch the second half of his streams. He's jumped in here a couple of times. He's raided me a couple of times. I don't know what their feeling is about me playing as much as I have with the warrior. You know, they keep making these little changes. They keep listening to the majority of players out there that whine and complain about the warrior being broken and can't hold threat and so on and so forth. They're all full of baloney. I've got over 400 videos online that show you that I can tank everything in the game. I hold threat. Nobody takes threat from me except for an enchanter pet. I have nothing special. The warrior's fantastic. Just needs a couple of skills peppered in for two-hand and dual wield, and that's it. But they're doing a whole thing with these mastery points. We'll see what happens there. I feel like I'm the odd warrior out. I keep doing things, I think, the way the warrior's designed, and they keep changing it on me. And they're doing it, I'm assuming, to go along with the masses. Whatever that means, I don't know. But I've killed everything. I'm pretty good at the warrior. I'm more than pretty good with the warrior. I'm pretty awesome with the warrior. And I know it sounds like I'm bragging. I don't mean it to sound that way, but I am. And I can say this because I have the proof. Again, go to YouTube, look at 400 videos. I know what I'm doing. Everybody else, you have to take them at their word. But I have the actual footage. I can actually say, I can actually sound braggadocious. And when someone jumps in the stream and goes, oh, this guy's full of himself, I'm out. I'm actually not, because the proof is out there. You just have to go watch it. So if you need any help with the warrior, I'm probably the person you should talk to. And that's the truth. I actually have the proof, Your Honor. I will win every court case. You get recap videos, you get highlight videos. My whole stream is out there. Hey, the game could always use more heals and more nukes, let me tell you. The warrior or the wizard was changed recently. The wizards are pretty OP right now because they've been modified for the upcoming reset in the spring. So wizards are going to be overpowered for the time being. But I don't lose aggro to them either. So there you go. I don't lose. I was grouped with 2 wizards 3 days ago. Never lost aggro to either one of them. So as far as people are saying wizards are ripping aggro, I don't know what to tell you. I don't have an issue with aggro. Just watch the streams and you'll see for yourself. The only time I lose aggro on average is with an enchanter pet, but that's by design. Enchanter pets are just stupid right now. And I guess it's by design, but it's a real headache to a tank. Because the thing is with the warrior, we're built around the shield right now, which means we have to take hits. If we don't take hits, we don't trigger our keystone ability called Punish. So when an enchanter pet comes out and rips aggro from a warrior, I can't proc anything. I wish more people understood that, but they don't. And that's fine. That's for me to whine about. But yeah, I don't lose aggro. There's nothing wrong with the warrior as far as threat goes. People just have to either play different, reevaluate what they're doing, focus on getting gear. That's another thing. All 8 of my warriors, I've never twinked them. I've never taken hand-me-downs. Everything I'm wearing, I've killed and put on. I keep my warriors as level as possible so you guys can see what a true experience looks like. So I might throw an overpowered weapon on a necromancer or a paladin because I mess around with them, but the warrior has always been 100% legit progression. No excuses. So. Oh, are you guys all back there already? Oh, okay, I was gonna say, yeah, because, yeah. Could be 5 seconds. Rude. Your guild sounds familiar. Sword of Truth was a very large guild on the server they were on before the merges, but I think Sword of Truth is a book reference as well. I think. Ah, gotcha. Terry Goodkind. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. What is your main hand? Looks like a polearm. It's a spear. It's called the Spear of Endless Frost. I use it because, in my opinion, it's the best DPS weapon for a warrior. There are weapons that drop off of higher level mobs, but they don't have the same kind of ability that I find with the spear. And I stand by that. Excuse me. The spear has a proc on it that procs quite often, at least for me. The shield is the same way. The shield has a proc, or kind of like a reverse, well, kind of like a damage shield, like thorns, if you're familiar with game like Q. So every time the mob hits me, the mob is taking damage from the shield and the spear if it procs. I also love the look of the spear. There's a number of items. So one of the cool things they're working on with this game, they want it so that if you're familiar with the Fanatic's Iron Will, if you're familiar with the world, cities, dungeons, continents, etc., once everything's designed, I can look at a player and I know what they're wearing. I know where they got it. So if someone who's been to Black Rose Keep, for example, looks at me and sees my shoulders and my legs, they'll know that they came from Black Rose Keep, and they'll know what the items are. They've designed it so that there's a lot of items that have their own unique appearance because they want players to recognize and be recognized for what they've done. So for example, my shield is the only shield with that graphic. My spear is the only spear with that graphic. My helmet is the only helmet with that graphic. My helmet is actually the best tank helmet in the game. It comes off the raid boss inside the Enclave, which is over there inside that mountain. Oh, also, I was the first person in the game's history to get the helm. And I won it with a roll of 100. That's the helmet there. If you look at the stats. The helmet has more AC than my breastplate. I have a reputation on the server. I'm a pretty chill person. I've grouped with most of the people that are playing this game currently. At least those who have been here and playing. But that's what I was getting to when I say that you really need to be social with this game. You have to put yourself out there. Regardless, you have to be able to deal with all sorts of personalities and types of people. It's unfortunate if you have a bad experience. The best thing I can tell you is to learn from it. But you need to be patient. There are still players out there 30 years after the internet that are still impatient and probably really shouldn't be playing a game that relies on other people to help them. But unfortunately, we still have that today. So I would ask you to be patient with a bunch of different people. You get your know-it-alls, your show-offs, your short tempers, you're pretty chill, you're lazy, all of it. All those personalities are still here. Even though this game is not in any official launch capacity and it's still being worked on, those players and mentalities still exist. You have to be understandable. You will have a bad time without it. If you're not someone who can be understandable to different personalities, you might want to wait until the game launches and stay away from development and hang out in people's streams and just get your fill that way. Because I would hate for you to have bad social experiences in this game and then all of a sudden start complaining to your friends and forums and so on that the game blah 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 blah. The game really is awesome. I've been here a while. I've grouped with the majority of this. There's only 2 individuals I've ever grouped with that I hope I never group with again. Not because of anything directed at me, but because they're just bad for a group. They absolutely destroy the morale of a group. Will you two shut up? Two of the people in my group are telling me that, making a joke that they're the 2 people that I'm referring to, but they're not. That's funny. Who's that, Little Crush and Crush Jr.? No. These are 2 individuals that I grouped with months ago, and they just had a really piss-poor disposition. Like a really piss-poor disposition. And it wasn't for me. I'm a very patient person. I spent my entire life in sales and customer service. I dealt with everybody. I can talk to everybody. All of you watching the stream right now, you all have different personalities, and I can get along with all of you. That's just who I am. But I wasn't thinking about myself in these 2 situations. I was thinking about the other 4 people in the group. Because what happened on both occasions, at least 2 of the 4 people in the 2 groups for the 2 situations dropped group, screwed us for the whole night, because these 2 individuals, 1 in each group experience, totally destroyed the morale in the group. Just, and I don't like swearing, but just absolute shitty dispositions. So I hope I never group with them again. The other 500 people I've grouped with, 600 people I've grouped with over the last 3 years, fantastic. But those 2, they need to go off the internet for a while. Like, seriously. They haven't, and they're on other tunes, or so I'm told, but I hope I never group with them. That's the other thing. I know a lot of stuff. I know a lot of stuff that goes on this server, other servers. I just don't talk about it. We're not going to talk about it now. I'm not going to get into it. But just bottom line is be social. Be social. Just be social. You will find your people. Oh, and I will say this, as I've said before. Anybody who specializes or prefers to solo, don't ask me any information. I don't want to mislead you. I don't solo. I don't really like soloing. If you see me soloing, I'm killing time waiting for people to log in. I'll try to give you the best information I can on what to solo, how to solo, where to solo, but don't take my information with 100% certainty. I'm group all the way. I can't do solo, I can't do duo. It has to be a group. I need to crawl dungeons. I need to do all of it. Move away from the Cinderfolk, guys, until I move the Cinderfolk away from you. What did they do? Say? They played know-it-alls and decided to critique people's performances in the group. They were fine. Stuff was being killed. It was fantastic. There was no like dying over and over again or what have you. But these people were just, by definition, you would call them elitists. That's what they were. They just have shitty personalities. Pardon my French. I got no time for shitty disposition. No one's paying me to play this game. No one's paying you guys to play this game. You guys are playing using your own time. Why would you put up with that? I don't know, but I'm not about to put up with it. And yes, I am that individual that will write names in the back of a book to never group with again, and I'm that person who will write names in the front of the book to group with every chance I get. So if you can't be sensible, I don't want nothing to do with you in this game. Jokes aside, so on and so forth. If you're not sensible, I don't want nothing to do with you. Some of the worst people I ever grouped with were in Project 9. Oh, Farragut, dude. Don't even get me started on EQ. I mean, you know, keep in mind, EQ's been around for 30 years, right? So, of course, there's going to be some rot and decay over 30 years. It's just unfortunate that some of that rot, as we know with rust and rot, it spreads quickly. So even though there might be 30 years of rot in EQ or 20 years of rot in World of Warcraft, a game comes out for 5 months, and all those decades of rot ends up in that game. It's just going to keep happening until those individual. It's just so difficult. The world doesn't operate in the same way it did 15 years ago, 20 years ago. People have shorter attention spans, you know. Spear is quick. It has a great attack speed, but I'm actually using a buff that puts haste on me. That's why periodically you'll see it swing faster. The guild name will be changed by VR faster than you can snap your fingers. Yeah, I know. My stream thinks I keep talking to myself. Yeah. Excuse me. I like that you don't play solo. It's all about the group. So, for those who might be finicky about the whole solo versus group stuff, Pantheon has been in development for what, 11 years, 12 years? We don't need to hear the jokes. They're all childish and immature. I don't care. You're just going to be embarrassing. However, with that said, if you go to their website, pantheonmmo.com, or now, as of 13 months ago, the Steam page of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, in the first paragraph of both locations, it tells you this is a social, challenging group game. It does not mention solo, it does not mention duo, it does not mention casual. Now, a lot of people out there don't have the time or the effort to put in group work. Finding groups, making friends, finding a guild, etc. And they want to be able to solo and duo. Now, VR, unfortunately, has gone on the ropes a couple of times about how they want to try and make the solo option somewhat viable for people. However, nobody solo or duo should ever come near any kind of gear or reward that a group is needed to acquire. Never. Not in any universe. I don't care what your opinion is. If it's anything other than what I just said, I don't want to hear it, and you should stop watching my stream, because it's asinine. This game is social, and it's all about the groups. If you want to jump in on a Friday because you got 2 hours before work, but you don't have enough time to find a group, I get it. Go kill some yard trash and get some XP and maybe get some stuff you can sell to a merchant. But if you're jumping in 2 hours before work and you want to get a helmet and a robe and a shield and a wand and a sword and a whatever, go away. Don't log in. Do something else. Watch TV, go to the gym, go outside. Just don't log in, because you'll whine and complain about not being able to get whatever before you have to go to work. And these are just examples, but grow up. And I don't mean to sound mean, but we've had to rehash this many times, and I'm sure this won't be the last time. So with my streaming and my playthrough, my whole purpose is group, is social. You may see me group with the same people periodically, you may see me group with most or half, or you might even see me in a pickup group because nobody else is available. I don't care who I'm grouped with. I'm just here to have a good time with the game. That's all. And I want you guys to see what a legitimate experience is like in-game. And yes, maybe you don't have the same experience I have, but you will have an idea as to what to do with this game. I do all the LFGs, I do, you know. And again, no one's paying me to do it. I don't have any tie-in with Visionary Realms. They've never approached me. I just really want this game to come out. This is my jam. I don't have the same affection for Ashes of Creation, or Monsters and Memories, or Embers Adrift, or Aaronshire, or whatever it's called now. I don't have the same attention for those, but I love this game. I love what they're doing with this game. I need this game. I hope I don't get burnt out from this game, and I'm actually surprised that I haven't been burnt out from this game, but it's because of the people I group with. All of them. Whether it's these people, whether it's other people, doesn't matter. I've never had an experience over a period of time where I would say, you know what, I think I'm done with Pantheon for now. Now, there are people out there that want me to take a break because they want me to be rested for when the reset happens, but I'm still going to hit the ground running when the reset happens, period. Because again, as I just said, I want this game to come out. I need this game to come out. I need 3 continents, I need 30 zones, I need 9 cities, I need 1,000 pieces of gear to collect. I need all of it. I can't go back to EQ. If I put 2 feet back on Norath again, I'm a goner. I'll be in EQ for another 10 years. So I got to stay away from Norath. I still get people now that send me the odd message after stream or off stream or what have you, and like, hey man, do you have any interest at all in playing on the new progression server? And I'm like, uh-oh. This is a problem. Everybody kill this charred skeleton. Okay, I have both on me. This is a lot of fire damage. Everybody on my target and kill it quickly. That was going to be a disaster. And I know you guys in chat might not know because you don't understand how all these mobs work. This was going to be a disaster. I love this game. We just did something that should have wiped us and didn't. Unfortunately, we lost Karen. This place looks crazy. This place is crazy. If you don't understand it and you don't know it, this place has killed a lot of people. He's a Pantheon junkie. I am. I'm the same way. I can't get away from EQ and I hate it. Yes, I'm the same way. I've spent 3 years trying not to go back there. Now. Lost my train of thought. Sorry, they pulled. Oh, that's the other thing. The people that I group with, we don't care if we die or not. A lot of people cry and complain when they get in a group and they die once, and then maybe they die twice, and then maybe they die 3 times, and then they drop the group and make up an excuse and they gotta leave. The people that I find in group with, never happens. I have the proof online. Never happens. If I die 6 or 7 times tonight, whatever. I die 6 or 7 times tonight. We'll get it back tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after. Too many people get their panties in a twist over not important things. And XP is one of them. And I don't mean any offense to anybody who might feel that way, but you really shouldn't. You'll get your XP back at some point. If you're trying to be level 50 in the first 3 weeks and have everything you need to don't play this. Log out. Log out, delete your tunes, go play something else. Like that's a ridiculous attitude to have. We should be, we as players, let's say this game officially launches tomorrow. Let's say we have 3 continents, let's say we have 9 cities, let's say we have 30 zones, whatever, blah blah blah. Everything that we are wanted in a game, let's say we have it as of tomorrow. Tomorrow being day 1 of the official launch, all the players should be in the game for at least 3 months before seeing endgame. But too many people are going to cry and complain because progression is not fast enough. They can't get placed fast enough. They can't get the trophy that everybody gets, or they want a trophy like everybody, like... Yeah, anyways, whatever. You get my meaning. And it's a shame because that's exactly what's going to happen when the game launches. You're going to have people complain. It takes too long to level. It takes too long to get to 50. Blah, 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 blah. Go play something else. Like, you clearly have never played Elder Scrolls Online and witnessed veteran levels. You clearly haven't existed during EQ's first decade when we had hell levels, You clearly have no understanding about how long you're supposed to take in an MMORPG, and you really should log off and reevaluate your priorities. I said it. Excuse me. I mean, I don't mean to rant and go on, chat, but I hope you catch my meaning. I'm not being mean about it. I'm not in a foul mood. I'm fine, but I need you guys to understand what you get when you're hanging out here. And if everything I've said tonight doesn't sit with you, I get it if you don't come back. It's too bad, but I get it. It's a lot of fire damage. I'm at 56. Nope. Shield block. Doesn't help against the AoEs. It's all fire damage. That's what I'm telling you. The skeletons and the wolves are the worst mobs here. Yes, all of yous should be at least 39, 40 on your fire resist. And I bet you right now, if you typed in group chat what your fire resist is right now legitimately, I would hate all of you. Minus 15 for the shaman buff. So 38 minus 15 is 23. I gotta have my dex, and I gotta have my strength, and I gotta have my agility, and I gotta have everything but what I need to stay alive, and blah 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 blah. Heal better, and yeah, okay, whatever, sure. I wasn't calling anybody out. I'm just saying that's train of thought. That's why people wouldn't put their resist up to where it needs to be. If we need fire resist, right? If we need fire resist and you have fire resist, but you're not willing to put it on, you are fail. Not anyone in particular, general statement. If it's needed to survive and you have it and you're not using it, in my mind, you are fail. So when you die, I don't feel bad. When I die, I feel like the group's not pulling their weight. That goes for you guys in chat as well. Everything I just said, there is fire resist jewelry, there is disease resist jewelry, there's shock resist jewelry, there's poison resist jewelry, there's armor that has resists, there are buffs that have resists. If you aren't paying attention and doing your job, you suck and you are fail to your group. Keep that in mind. I'll show you. We go to damage on myself, okay? So, fire damage. I took 164 damage, and I mitigated half of it. More than half of it. Imagine if I didn't have my resist and I took 164 damage every 6 seconds. I'd be dead in no time. We only have 1900 hit points. So fighting 2 fire AoE based skeletons, I'm constantly getting pinged with fire. I'd be dead in no time. But because I put my resist on to make it easier on the healers, mind you, I resist or absorb more than 50%. So be smart, don't be dumb. This has been a public service announcement. I almost said cervix. This has been a public service announcement from Krushnek. What's that? I was trying to say service. Excuse me. I can promise you this, chat. I can promise you this. If you were to listen to everything I have said about how to help your group in this game, you would hardly ever die. Keep that in mind. I want you guys to have as fun of a time as I have in this game. But I want you guys to understand how the game works so you can be prepared and be the best you can for your group. What is a Senix? What is it? Okay, I'm on the Fanatic. There's a gas station called Senix. Never heard of it. I was trying to say public service announcement, PSA, but when I said service, I cut off myself and almost said cervix. So public service announcement. Don't be a pussy in this game. There you go. I said it. That's called quick thinking. My name is Krushnek. I'm here all night. Ignore everything I just said, chat. What races have I tried for the warrior? Ogre, human, and halfling. No, ogre and human. Wait. Yeah, ogre and human. Race doesn't make a difference right now as far as your class, just so you know. Racials aren't in the game as of yet. So it doesn't matter who you play as far as a race goes. You could be a halfling warrior, ogre warrior, human warrior, dwarf warrior, whatever. Racials are not in. They're all the same. I think we have like 5 here. Alright, well, we gotta melt this charred skeleton. If the Cinderfolk AoE goes off and you take damage, move away. Nope, not a bit of snow. It's actually going to be 8 degrees tomorrow, which is crazy because it's like no jacket, weather. I can't. I can't explain it. I can't. There's nothing here. Yes. I'll give you an idea. Last night, from like 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., it was minus 16. Then it shot up to 0 around 8 a.m., and it went to plus 2 in the afternoon, and then went up to, I think, plus 4. And then tomorrow they're saying it's supposed to go up to plus 8, which is, I said this last year, but it's unheard of for the middle of January. We should have 4 feet of snow, like I should have 4 feet of snow right now in my front yard, and I have nothing, and I can go out without a jacket on. Like dude. Yep. Yep. You guys, nope. For those of you who don't know much about the winter weather or temperature drop, go on YouTube when you got 5 or 10 minutes and look up Alberta winter water freeze and watch people take a boiling pot of water outside, throw it in the air, and it turns to dust. Yeah. It leaves the pot and turns to dust because the middle of North America, or little left of center, tends to get minus 30, minus 40 in the wintertime. Yep, that happens. "20 years ago, I was walking home from school with a friend of mine, or 20 some odd years ago, and we were walking along this, I really wouldn't call it a river, it was a waterway that funneled water through the city, and it was frozen, and I fell in wearing jeans. I almost couldn't get home because they had frozen solid almost instantly, and I couldn't walk straight, and I couldn't take them off. It was wild how I didn't realize it, and it was like minus 27 or minus 28, and I just couldn't move. It was crazy. I'd never experienced it before. That was a long time ago when we had winter. So, for those who don't know, I live in eastern Canada, like the northeast US or what have you, eastern Canada. We normally have snow right now. It's normally really cold, and we normally have about 4 feet of snow. It's not an exaggeration. But I have nothing this year. Now, 10 years ago, our winter used to start the beginning of December. We would have snowfall from the second week of December right on through until March, middle of March roughly, okay? And then it would start to melt. 5 years ago, the snow started to fall the end of December going into January. 2 years ago, we had 4 snowstorms in February, roughly every Tuesday. It was once a week, every Tuesday, 4 heavy snowfalls. Last year, we had 2 somewhat medium snowfalls in February, nothing else. So far this year, we have nothing, and as far as tomorrow goes, that's springtime temperature. So the weather has been like twilight zone. Whether you believe in global warming, climate change, what have you, something is obviously going on. Excuse me. Never mind about, oh, the planet's freezing again, oh, the planet's melting, oh, we're all going to burn up. What? Something is clearly happening. The proof is outside my front door. And I have a problem with it because if we don't have the snow and we don't have the cold weather, we have a bunch of mosquitoes for a whole lot longer through the year. And I hate mosquitoes, but they love me. That's a whole other story. Mosquitoes are addicted to me. I cannot go outside when there are mosquitoes because I will draw every single one of them to me. And I don't understand why. I've had medical specialists tell me that it's pheromones, whatever, but I attract. The story I use is a few years ago, I was invited to a barbecue out at a campground. I went to the campground. It was a wide open space. There were 9 people there, 10 people there. They were having a grand old time. Sun was out. It was warm. No problems. I drove there. I parked. I got out of my car. These are cinder folk. Here we fire. We can't get out of range, so you're going to be taking damage. I got out of the car. I walked over to the campsite. They pulled out a chair, unfolded it. I sat down. I was sitting for about, I don't know, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. My left ear. I swatted at it. Back of my left ear. In my line of sight, I saw 2 other mosquitoes flying around just in front of my head, and I tried to grab at them. And I said, "Hey guys," I said, "how are mosquitoes out here?" And they looked at me and they said, "We haven't seen mosquitoes all day." I was like, huh, interesting. Then all of a sudden, a couple of kids came over and they were swatting away mosquitoes. Well, that happened. I lasted about 10 minutes. Then I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to leave. The mosquitoes are here because of me. I'm going to leave. Some people were like, come on, don't be foolish, blah, 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 whatever. They'll go away. We'll get some. I said, no. I said, I'm not going to sit out here and get eaten alive. I can't. I walked across the field. I got in my car. I hit the road. I was driving for about 7-8 minutes. I got a phone call. All the mosquitoes were gone. Wasn't a mosquito anywheres. It's happened since I was a kid. I don't understand what it is. People would tell me it's the sugar in my blood. People would tell me it's this, that, and the other thing. I've lost a crap ton of weight. I've destroyed sugar. I've done whatever, and mosquitoes still come to me. What's it called? What's it called, guys? It's slipping. Whatever the candles are and the sprays are that you put out in the air to disperse mosquitoes, doesn't work. I still draw mosquitoes to me. Citronella, thank you. That's what it is. But yeah, I still draw mosquitoes. That's why I like that I stream and I stay indoors. I like to get out and get sun, and I kind of do it in the summertime when it's really warm because mosquitoes, I tend to go where there's no possible water or dampness, like on the deck on my backyard, because mosquitoes don't usually go there because it's bone dry. But I can't go anywheres. I can't even sit out on my front steps without drawing mosquitoes within the first 5-6 minutes. So the problem with not having snow and cold weather is now, instead of mosquitoes going to ground in around October, I now have them until February. Quite possibly, we could have them all year long. So it's a pain in the ass for me. And I know a lot of people here will say, oh, I'm thankful we don't have snow anymore. I don't have to shovel, da-da-da-da-da. You need your ecosystem. We've got birds the last 2 years that stayed here between February and March, and we had mass deaths with the birds. They all flash froze. They all died. Because they stayed too long because of the weather. Hey Haley. When I first got to BC in 97, it rained a heck of a lot. Now in 26, we get half the rain we used to. And we used to know BC as the rainy... BC, Seattle, we used to know them as like rain fests. And now the rain is not so prevalent. Cloudy days maybe, but not as much rain. That's how Florida is. When I moved here 12 years ago, it seems to rain every day. Now it barely rains, yep. Herbal tea and a biscuit. Excuse me. What about deer flies? I hear those are a pain in New Hampshire, Maine. I don't know about deer. I mean, we get flies here. I don't know if I'd call them deer flies. Ticks have become a problem in the last 4 years, 3 or 4 years. We started seeing a huge upswing in ticks, and we don't know if they came from the northeast US because a lot of the deer population from there has migrated up into eastern Canada. I actually had a situation with a tick a couple years ago. Thankfully, it hadn't fed, and I was able to get rid of it. But I had one of those bullseye deer tick nonsense things. Oh, excuse me. Sound like you need tea? I definitely need something. Like, I've been dealing with this H3N2, this super flu or whatever, for about a month now. I think we're coming up on a month, truth be told. And I've managed to defeat the majority of symptoms, but the one thing I haven't beaten yet is this cough. Now, I was told last week by a medical professional that in their experience so far over the last 3 months of people getting this super flu, the cough has been the prevalent culprit, and it typically has gone away within 3 weeks from when the other symptoms have gone. All my other symptoms left last week, the end of last week. This week it's been a nightmare with the cough because it's causing a sore chest, dry throat. It's just a cough I can't control. I've got throat lozenges in front of me. I've got cough syrup. I've got mucus and phlegm syrup that I take. I've got coffee and herbal tea, which I was going to get to with Vex comment. I do all that stuff, and it hasn't helped. It hasn't gotten rid of it. And I've been talking a lot tonight, which is phenomenal, because if you've been here the last month, you know that I couldn't say more than 10 words before I started coughing up a storm. I can feel the discomfort in my throat right now while I'm talking, and I know I'm going to cough probably in the next 30 seconds. But yeah, this super flu, man, did me in. Like, I hate to say it, but I would have rather had COVID. This has been a nightmare. Yeah, back. You're right. Right, exactly. Exactly. At least that doesn't hurt. So yeah, so if anybody hasn't really been keeping up with Pantheon, if you want to see some of the sites, some of the other locations around the continent, feel free to hit up my YouTube channel. Click on the live tab, and you should have like 400 videos. And if you go back like 11 months, you could kill some time and check out, fast forward, whatever, but you could check out some zones. I run all the dungeons. I've done the majority of the quests in the game. There's a lot of information out there. How do I get this horse? This is a rare mount. This is an Ashen Steed. It's a rare mount that spawns in Eastern Plains. I don't know if you're knowledgeable with the mount system, but the mount system has come in the game now. It's a taming stat that we have right here. So you have to level your taming up by trying to coerce the weaker horses, and then as your skill gets higher, you stand a better chance of coercing higher quality mounts. So there's a chance that you could have a rare mount spawn. The reason for having the rare mount is because they spawn with higher stats than the other mounts. So if I go back, let me go back to town for a second. I'll show you guys real quick. We got a couple horses at the stable master. You're only level 20. So at level 20, you can start them. That's when the mounts start. So at level 20, go to Demeth, Run up into the back where the stable is and talk to stable hand Fossy, Phosy. She'll start you on the quest. You'll do her little update. You'll get the taming ability, tame mount right down here, and then you'll be able to go out and find your own horses. Hey, Vec. Thanks for gifting a sub, man. Jaren, now you get to dodge ads for 30 days. Thanks for the support, Vec. I appreciate it. So, if we go to the Stable Master, you'll see we have a few mounts. So the Ashen Steeds are the rare mount from Eastern Plains. The Windswept Courser are rare mounts from here, Silent Plains. So if we click on them, we'll see this one here, 8 brawn, 8 endurance, 6 recovery, 12 speed. So the lower level horses will have lower numbers. You typically want to try and get a rare mount with speed, recovery, and endurance as high as possible. I believe 12, possibly even 14. So I think someone told me they had a stat as high as 14. I've only seen a stat as high as 12. My ultimate goal with mounts would be to find one that has 12 speed, 12 recovery, 12 endurance. I don't care about the other 3. I would only want the mount for its travel speed. Now, I'm not really going to focus on the mounts myself personally. I don't think they're necessary. I've never thought they were necessary. I can run or ask somebody to port me wherever I've needed to go. A lot of other players out there would fight me on it and say, oh, we need the mounts, I love the mounts, blah, 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 whatever. I feel like they're not necessary because what happens is people don't pay attention to their surroundings. They run straight through a zone. I can outrun every bit of aggro that I can run through mobs, get aggro, and outrun them. I never have to fight aggro. I never have to get interrupted, stunned, rooted, eaten to death, what have you. But with these mounts, as you see, this Ashen Steed has different stats. 10 brawn, 8 endurance, 11 recovery, 9 speed, so on. The Windswept Courser, 9, 7, 8, 11, 8, 9. And then down here, 12 brawn, 8. So there's random stats. The rare mounts tend to have an average of higher stats. And again, like I said, you typically want to find a rare mount with endurance, recovery, and speed. Endurance, the higher the endurance, the longer you can move on a horse. The higher the recovery, the faster your endurance comes back when it's empty. And the 12 speed is, of course, the fastest movement. I know, I'm trying. Although I've done a whole lot of talking tonight for the amount of time I've been coughing, so that's kind of a good thing. But I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, you guys have a good night. So I took him out because he had 12 speed, but I think I'm going to take this guy out because he's got, even though he has 9 speed, he's got 11 recovery and 8 endurance. This is the highest average mount that I have for what I want. So we set that as the active mount. That becomes our new horse. I notice you have male and female. Can you breed or is that for later? I don't know if they're going to put breeding in the game. Maybe they do. So the whole thing with the mount system, where I said the mounts aren't needed, they really aren't. Now, nobody fight me on this because I'm not done talking. The whole reason we have mounts right now is because their travel system is one of the core mechanics that they plan to have in their game. They always have planned to have a mount system in their game. The sooner they can get it in, the sooner they can test and run numbers and see what's going on. The thing is, right now, we only have one continent. We're supposed to have 3. There's King's Reach. Knight's Reach. Knight's Reach? Which is where we are right now. There's White Thaw, which is due to come out later on. And then there's Rainfall. With that said, there's going to be more zones, bigger areas, more travel time. Now, yes, you have wizards and druids that are going to be able to port you around the world. Currently, they can port you to a couple of spots on the continent to get you from one side to the other. That's another long story. We don't need to get into it. It's just an inconvenience for people who want to start races on the left side of the continent and have to try and get over to the right side of the continent to group with everybody else that's there. With that said, the mounts had to come in now so that as they grow the world, the mounts are already here. But I still don't believe, if you can get, As long as they put druid ports and wizard ports throughout the world, just like EQ or any other game that involves travel, you don't need to have the mounts to run through. Although, if they bring out the other continents and start bringing larger zones than what we have right now, I might sway over to yes, mounts are needed. But with the size of the zones right now, I can cross 3 zones in 16 to 18 minutes without a mount. I've done it. I go talk to a shaman or a druid, I ask for the run speed buff, I run to the next zone. I get into that zone, I run normal speed using sprint to get to the second zone, and then I do the same thing if I have to go to the third zone. Now, with a mount, instead of 18 minutes, you can go 3 zones in about 7 minutes, or 8 minutes roughly. So it's about half the time if you have a fast mount. So mounts do matter, but mounts to me make the game trivial. The whole purpose is, so if you're familiar with AVP, you have AVP here, and you have Halnir's Cave over here on the other side of the zone roughly. Now it's probably I'd say it's probably a 5-minute run to leave Demeth, run either up this way or run down this way to get to Halnir's. But as you get over to the Halnir side, you end up meeting these spiders, and these spiders have abilities like Root, Poison, Tarsal Flurry, etc. If you're running across AVP at night, you can't just say, I'm going to leave Demeth, run to Halnir's, it's going to take 5 minutes, I'll be there shortly. You leave Demeth, you run. You get aggroed by a panther. You either kill it, it kills you, or you outrun it. But then you get aggroed by something else and something else. And let's say it's nighttime, and you're not paying attention, and you're running through the forest of AVP at midnight, and all of a sudden, there's a spider off to the left, but you don't see it because it's black in color and turned around, so you can't see the eyes. But all of a sudden, as you run past, the spider turns, you see the color of their eyes at the last second, you're like, uh-oh, spider aggroes. Spider roots you in place. Spider aggroes a friend. Both spiders come over and kill you outright. Then you have to go back to Demeth and run back over again. Now you're sitting there going, well, I don't want to do that. That's horrible. But no, it's not. That was part of the fun of the game. It's the whole point. The whole point is when you're running across the zone, you're like this. You're going, okay, there's nothing there. Okay, I don't see anything there. Okay, I can move that. Okay, I see that. What's that? Oh, that's a spider. Okay, I'm going to go this way. Oh, that looks like a bear. Oh, there's a skeleton over there. The whole point was for you to pay attention to your environment. But all you whiners out there, not you guys in chat, all you whiners out there that complained about not being able to run from A to Z with no trouble whatsoever, you ended up bringing mounts and everything, and it ruined the experience. It took all the danger out of this game. And now with mounts, there's pretty much 0 danger. I can run wherever I want to, and 11 chances out of 10, I will never get rooted, never get killed, never get swarmed. I'll outrun everything. Yeah. I personally have issues with the mount system. So, I do. I really do. Yes, I have the mount. People will say, well, if you hate the mount so much, why do you have 4 horses? I do it to show you guys that it's in the game. Anything that comes to the game, I will show you guys. Except probably other classes. But anything that comes to the game, I have to show you guys so you guys know it exists. That's what I do. Now, when the Great Reset happens, will I hit level 20 and then go find a mount? More than likely, no. Because I'll have my network of people that I'll be able to send a tell to and say, hey, can I get ported over here, over there, whatever? I'll be fine. But everybody, a lot of other people will want to get their mounts as quickly as possible. And again, like I said, I just don't think they're needed at this time. We all have opinions. I love the challenge of going from Wild's End to Throne Fast at EA Start. Yes, Haley. I remember when all the people organized, what was it, on a Saturday, I think it was, or maybe it was a Sunday? A lot of the population in early access planned a marathon where a whole lot of people were going to group in Wild's End and run all the way to Throne Fast. Because in order to get there, you had to go through like the 3 zones. You were level 5 or level 6 or level 1, and you had to run past level 30 mobs, level 18 mobs in their 20s, all of it. And the whole group of people organized a marathon to move a whole whack of people over to the other side of the continent. And it took them like 6.5 hours, but they made it. A lot of them made it. I don't know if everybody made it, but a lot of them made it. But it took them like 6 hours to get everybody over. It was a whole thing. Now you don't have to do that anymore. Now it doesn't exist. Every cool, challenging thing about this game gets defeated because the majority complain. The people that play this stuff today, they just don't want to do anything. They want to jump in, they want to find a group automatically, they want to run a dungeon within the first 20 minutes, they want to spend only an hour and a half, and they want to walk out with an upgrade every time they log in. Those people need to stop. You need to stop playing these games. Go figure something else out in life. I don't mean offense, but that's facts. Taking all the social stuff away from this game destroys what this game is supposed to be. And I know a lot of you will tune into Joppa's stream, and Joppa talks about, you know, the core tenets and what they... And I get it, But the more danger you... The lazier you make somebody, the worse the situation is. So when you have to concern yourself with 12 different things in a video game, and then all of a sudden you have to concern yourself with 4, those 8 items that made it much more challenging for you and more fun in the long run, now just made everything so simple. And here's the problem with this. The people who love the 12 steps they have to take to get through the game will get sick and tired of the 4 steps that you're liking because you're lazy or what have you. So all of a sudden, these people will stop playing. They'll go play something else. It's going to happen. So it just bugs me. Like the lighting at midnight right now, I can look clean across the zone. This rock right here, I will see that at midnight because they upped the lighting because everybody complained because they couldn't see in front of their face. Have you ever been outside at midnight where there's no lights and a moon? Have you ever done that? No? Go do that and then come back to me. You don't see a mile in front of you. It's absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Nonsense, I say. Get off my lawn. Blah, 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 whatever. Rah, rah, rah. I'm sure you have max sprint also. What do you mean max sprint? Everybody has the same sprint. There's just buffs that can modify it, make it last longer. Shamans have an ability called Wind Strider, which allows you to sprint for longer distances. Druids have Spirit of the Wolf, which increases your natural run speed. However, buffs aren't persistent for now. So the second I zone, they're gone. So a person can say, yeah, but you could get buffs. No, you can't. You only get the one zone. The second you hit a zone line, you lose all your buffs. So you would have to leave Thrown Fast, sprint all the way to the AVP, zone over into AVP, run normal speed all the way up to the town, hope to find a druid to hit you with Spirit of the Wolf, run all the way north to Silent Plains, zone over into Silent Plains, run normal speed all the way to Sky Durban, which is here, find a druid again, get Spirit of the Wolf, and then run all the way over there to go to Eastern Plains, run to King's Watch, which is all the way at the other end of the zone once you zone over, hopefully find a druid over there to get Spirit of the Wolf, and then run all the way to Wild's End in order to get to Sohirith. That's what you would have to do right now. Buffs are not persistent. The odds of you doing that, like a relay race, and finding a druid at every checkpoint, is very, very slim. So, normal run speed is a thing. People want to be able to take shortcuts, people want to be able to move through mobs that would utterly destroy them. It just makes the game easy, and it makes the player lazy. That's it. That's all. And I'm not saying that because I've had to go through it before they put it in. That's what the game was supposed to be. The game was supposed to be dangerous. When you go to their website and you read through the synopsis or the information for what the game's supposed to be, it tells you. It's old school. You need to be aware. With all the changes they've made recently, who cares? You don't got to worry about anything. You can see all the mobs at night, you can see all the mobs during the day. You can go wherever you want. Like, I don't know. I don't like it. I'm still playing the game. I love the game. I love playing the warrior. I love hanging out with all the people on the server that I've hung out with. But I still have all these gripes and whinings and problems. And I know people don't hang out here because when I start whining, they're like, oh, well, I'm one of those people. I'm going to leave. That's fine. Whatever. This game should be challenging. I don't want a World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft was arguably, or is arguably, the most successful MMORPG in history. Now, it's not the largest. EverQuest is the largest geographically sized MMORPG in history. They have 31 expansions with the 32nd expansion coming. That's 32 expansions. But World of Warcraft made it so that there was no accessibility issues. Your mom, your baby, your dog, your cat, your hamster, they could all log into World of Warcraft, they could create a character, they could be told where to go and what to do, they could be successful, they could log out, and everything would be fantastic. I don't want one of those. I know this game is inspired by EQ and World of Warcraft, but I don't want that. I have worked for pretty much everything I've done in this game, whether it's socializing, grinding, crawling, running through AVP. I used to be known as he who... What was my title? Krushnek, he who trips over spiders. That was my name, because every time someone wanted a warrior to go to Halnir's to tank, I would run across AVP, it would turn to nighttime, a spider would aggro me, I'd have no heals, no buffs, no spells, no nothing, and I would get eaten by a spider. I would restart back over in Demeth and have to run back across, grab my body, and get to Halnir's, and get jumped by a spider, and die again. That's just the game. That's the game. But now the game is not that. Now the game is easy mode, and people can go everywhere and not get aggro. And that bothers the crap out of me, because it means that when this game launches, the people that I'm expecting to, the type of players I'm expecting to see, I'm not going to see. You know what one of my favorite things to do in EQ2 when it came out? Run all across the world from Kinos and sneaking into Freeport, checking all the locations out, dodging guards. Yes, exactly my point. But nobody wants that, man. There's, I don't know about you guys, but around here we have a saying where everybody wants a trophy. And I mean in real life. Like outside, everybody wants a trophy. Nobody wants to work to be recognized. Everybody wants a trophy. Everybody wants everything yesterday. You have to go through the motions to get a group, and buttheads don't get groups. Right, Soul. Exactly. The only way to keep buff zoning is if the person who buffed you went into the zone before you. Right, yes, exactly. The buffs are tied to the player. Good night, late dinner. Have fun, get loot. Okay, Vec, have a good night, man. Have you tried Monsters and Memories? So, here's my thing with Monsters and Memories. And I'm gonna plead ignorance, okay? I admit to it. I don't have a reason to blow smoke. We jumped into one of the play tests, I want to say it was probably 3 months ago. I think they had a play test 3 months ago for a weekend. I think it was 3 days. I jumped in Saturday evening on stream. We jumped in at the start, which I think was around 7 p.m. Eastern, and I think I ended, around midnight. I rolled a character. I went out into the front yard of the starting city. I don't know the name of this. We don't need to go over it. But I went out to the main yard, what would be considered common lands, I guess, for Freeport. So we went out into the main area and we started running around trying to do kills to get experience. We were level 1. We left the city. We started running around. It took us a while to get to level 2 because there were a lot of players out there. We hit level 2. I got introduced to equipping weapons and how to learn your skills and have your scrolls and so on. Then I tried to go from level 2 to level 3. I spent almost 3 hours trying to go from level 2 to level 3 because every time I went to a mob, somebody else grabbed it, and there weren't enough mobs anywhere in the whole area for me to kill. So I was sitting here on stream for those 3 hours. I couldn't get to level 3, and I said, you know what? This isn't a game for me. So I don't think it's going to be a game that I would stream. Now, will I play Monsters and Memories again in the future? Quite possibly. But all my attention right now is on Pantheon. And they are not comparable, just like Ashes is not comparable to Pantheon or Monsters and Memories. But quite possibly, on another playtest, we might revisit Monsters and Memories again. Now, I did check out Primus. For those of you who follow Pantheon or what have you, I checked out one of the Primus streams when he was in Monsters and Memories this past playtest. I think his group was around level 18 or 17. I saw about a half hour of them killing. They were in some kind of valley or something, and I forget what they were fighting. There was a group of them, and they were killing, and they were talking, and they were enjoying themselves, but I believe they did voice a couple of concerns, and I can't remember what they were. So I looked at it like that, and I said, okay, so maybe once you get out of the starting area, maybe it shapes up. Will I get to that point? I honestly don't know. I'm not going to say no, but I'm not going to say yes. But it could very well happen. I may very well end up in Monsters and Memories. I'm assuming we have at least 3 to 4 months before the reset. I don't think it's going to come in March. They said spring. Spring starts in March. I don't think it's going to be in March, and I don't think it's going to be in April. If anything at all, it'll be done in May. I could be wrong, but my guess is May. We're in January now, so we have the rest of January, February, March, April, May. So that's like 5 months. So we have somewhere between 4 and 5 months of wait time for the Great Reset. So we may end up back in Monsters and Memories if they have another session or whatever it is they're doing. Although I don't know if Monsters and Memories, didn't they come out on Steam? Isn't it buy-in now? Or am I mistaken? Excuse me. Now, tomorrow, I should say tomorrow, I believe tomorrow afternoon, we're going to do an early stream, and I think I'm going to start a Subnautica playthrough, but it won't be a regular evening game that I play. It'll be when I'm not doing anything in Pantheon, but I've had the urge for a while to jump into Subnautica. So we'll do Pantheon tomorrow evening as always, regular schedule, but I think if I can get an early stream going tomorrow, we might start Subnautica. Excuse me. It's not on Steam. Okay, so it's still in their early access, or not early access, but their development. Like, you have to wait for their playtests? You have to snag an alpha invite? Gotcha. Early access is, June 1st. Okay, gotcha. Ooh. So how do you get invited into you just apply through the website? I don't know if I want to wait till June. I mean, I figure June will be into the reset. If I don't try it by June, we might not be in it at all. Because once the reset happens, leveling slows down, and we get much more content. Website has a beta opt-in, and on their streams they give away keys. Who is it that is it? It's the robot dude, right? What's his name? The dev guy. Something robot. I forget his name. I know robot's in the name. A loving... Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nub. You watch Nick HOTS? HOTS, Heroes of the Storm? I used to play Heroes of the Storm. I enjoyed Heroes of the Storm. It was a fun game. It's too bad it never caught on. Oh, he used to stream that? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, when I see HOTS, I think of Heroes of the Storm. Gives up most of the keys, but he said they were slowing down on invites. Okay. I mean, when I was when I was on the playtest a couple months ago, there were a lot of people there. Like, there were a lot of players inside the city, and there were a lot of players out in the courtyard or out in the front yard. So I'm sure they have a lot of people giving that game a go. But there's just something about Pantheon that is not those other games. I wasn't a fan of the fact that it took us almost 3 hours to try and get levels. And to be honest, I don't think we hit level 3. I think we got like 60% into it and I gave up. Because I was like, if I have to spend 3 hours trying to get 60% of a level, I don't want to spend 3 hours trying to get 60% of a level. At level 2. I had to say that before somebody says, yeah, but you spend that time at 40 and yeah, well, that's endgame. Endgame's a different story. But at level 2, when it was taking me almost 3 hours to get 60%, no. But again, like I said, we may very well give Monsters and Memories a try at some point. I'd also like to give Ashes a try as well, and I haven't done that either. My situation with Ashes, I'm not going to say it's a problem, but my issue with Ashes is I get that it's PvPvE for better part of conversation. I'm more of a PvE person when it comes to MMORPGs. I could do PvP, but I will get tired of it. It always happens. Doesn't matter. DAOC, Lineage, Horizons, Arcage, Guild Wars 2, all of them. Rift. I get bored of PvP because it's a lot of people staying back, always staying back, always staying back. It drives me nuts. But with games like this that are being worked on, I more lean towards the PvE. My concern is if I jump into a PvPvE, you're automatically accepting the fact that if you put a group together to run a dungeon or to quest or however they have it set out, a bunch of people can show up and gank you right then and there. That's what you sign up for when you're in a PvPvE game. Right now, I'm not looking for a PvPvE game. I want a social PvE game where you have to work together to get stuff done, like Pantheon. It's one of the main reasons why Pantheon has tipped the scale as opposed to the other games that are in development right now for me personally. I get viewers that ask me if I'm ever going to revisit EQ. I got viewers that will message me and ask me if I plan on looking at World of Warcraft with the whole Soul Saga trilogy thing, War Within, Midnight, and whatever the third one is. I get people asking me if I'm going to check out all these games, not all the time, but on somewhat of a regular basis. I just don't know if I'm going to get there because I've put so much time already into Pantheon. That's an interesting name. Gronkowski, I'm guessing like as in Rob Gronkowski, is probably dead soon? I don't know what that's about. That's weird. Dude, ogres just look awesome. Are you kidding me? We might do a human warrior on the reset. I'm not sure. I haven't made my mind up yet what I want to do for the reset. I know it's going to be a warrior. I just don't know what race. We'll have to wait and see what launches, excuse me, after the update. Do we get Rainfall? Do they move Barrow Dark over to Rainfall so ogres start over on Rainfall? Will Rainfall have a populated area, region, continent? Will it be empty? Will there be nothing over there when it launches? Excuse me. Oh, it's almost 12:30. Okay, chat. I've got to end the stream here. I have to get up early in the morning. I have something I have to get done. I should be live again. Like I said, I'm gonna try and be live earlier in the afternoon. I have to run a couple errands after my thing in the morning. I'm gonna stop by the store, probably pick up some junk food or something to chill with in the afternoon. I'll come home. We'll start an early stream. We'll probably start Subnautica, go through the basics, wait for everybody to log in the evening, and then switch over to Pantheon, depending on who's available and what they want to do. Regardless, with that said, those of you that are here right now, thank you for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. I appreciated the conversation. I can't believe I've talked so much tonight and I haven't coughed up a lung, which is fantastic. That's always a good sign. Hopefully tomorrow this is gone, but we'll have to wait and see. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.